stream? Stream. Hold on. Okay. Hey! Hey, gamers! I'm back with another stream. Hold on, let me adjust my mic. There we go. I've been watching the anime, uh, Erased lately, and the theme song is stuck in my head. Uh, I'm gonna unget the erased theme song. I'm gonna get the erased theme song stuck out of my head. By getting the Bastille AO song in my head. Looking to do a longer stream today. Uh, wait, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna. When we left off, was I did one of my great Sholmes's deductions. Sorry, I can't control myself from singing this title theme. When we left off, I did one of my great Sholmes deductions, and caught this guy red-handed in the act of trying to steal, steal the loot from the little girl. What's her frickin' name? Not On Guard. That's the character from Ace Attorney 2. What's her name? She's from Sherlock Holmes. Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. What is? Can you hear that? I'm referring to. Checking something on Discord, and I'm like, what is this video that my friend sent me? Goofy. That wasn't the noise at all. It was more like an explosion sound. I don't know if the mic picked it up, but we have one viewer and that's enough. So I'm gonna stop stalling and start the game. Ayo, 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 ayo. This stream title's stupid. I should probably change it. But I'm not going to. I'm just gonna add Great Ace Attorney time at the end and call it a. So when we left off, yeah, we went with Sholmes to this shop, and a bunch of stuff happened. The shop's closed now. Scotland Yard's investigating because this guy Gina Lestrade shows up. She tries to steal something. Or no, she doesn't try to steal something. She tries to cash in on something that was left at the pawnbrokers, and then this other guy shows up and tries to cash in on it. Like, what the heck? Like, maybe look at all the different things in the window of the shop. This is just info about the pawnbrokers. I think we're supposed to go back to Sholmes' place now. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here, above Mr. Sholmes' office. Okay, it's successfully stuck in my head. Why is this pinwheel in, like, 2D? Like, look at that. That's, like, 2D hand-drawn looking. Everything else looks like it's, like, a 3D model or, like, a rendered 2D background. This just straight up looks like a hand-drawn pinwheel. Why am I hyper-fixating on this? I don't know. I never would have expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about. but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Whoever made B and M the pan the camera button, I don't understand this game's control scheme sometimes. Like W, A, S, and D don't do anything. Well, I guess A and D do this. A new mystery is afoot, but I don't exactly know what the mystery is yet. That's the weird thing. I didn't really get it. Despite streaming for like 2 hours last week, I didn't really get a hook on what the mystery was. So I'm coming back more. I'm coming back less with hype and more with like, okay, what's this case gonna do to hook me? What what's the hook of this case? Because we still don't really know yet.
Ah, Susie! And Bruno! Come in, come in!
Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it! Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always?
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us.
We do?
Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess.
Can we guess? Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? Do we know the answer? Is it Gina Lestrade? That's the only guess I have.
It's Ginny. Isn't that exciting?
Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Didn't Ginny steal her gun last time she was over here? I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to?
Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since we got back. He got back.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Oh God, what is he upset about now? Sorry? Mommy? Sorry. I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see. Really doesn't recognize my voice.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. And this is coming from a child.
Mr. Solmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Kind of flipped backwards, though, isn't it? Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. Lore? Lore?
What's the matter, Rudo? You have ever such a funny look on your face.
Oh no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Schultz, you're wondering? Am I right?
Didn't we already kind of establish this in, like, last case? How did you...
Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book.
Ugh, this girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
Okay, why do you live with Hurley? Where are your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born.
Oh, shit.
And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh, is her father the original Watson? The original Dr. Watson? Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes! Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysteries together. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all? So he's the original Dr. Watson, or Dr. Wilson in this game.
So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh, yes! I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly.
How old is Sholmes? Isn't it? Hold on. He's like 34. Hagert Benedict. I forgot that was his name. Or the name he gave us. Anyway, Eggert Benedict. Doctor Who. Doctor Who. Oh god, this is his like Doctor Who companion, isn't it? Herlock Sholmes is probably of all the Sherlock adaptations I've seen, weirdly, he's the most reminiscent of the Doctor. Like, even more so than the Sherlock that was literally written by the Doctor Who writers. There's this guy, Pop Windowbank. Eugene Lestrade. Okay, Herlock's like 34, and Iris is like 10. So I guess, but still. So Herlock was like my character's age when his partner disappeared on us for unexplained reasons.
Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up.
Why is there a steampunk Lolita girl? You bought this game, right? Have you played any of it? Wholesome Demon? The steampunk Lolita girl is, this game's Dr. Watson, or Dr. Wilson, as they call it. And we're learning right now that her father is the original Dr. Watson Wilson that traveled with Herlock Sholmes. That's why I'm like looking at their ages. I'm like, okay, how old was Herlock when this guy stopped adventuring? Because if Herlock was in his like 20s, this wouldn't make sense. Like an hour. You played like an hour? Okay. Yeah, well this is basically the Watson to Sherlock Holmes.
But that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up.
The Ace Attorney universe is one where every great investigative character has a younger female sidekick. So like it's very Doctor Who actually. I never thought about that before.
But that only made me want to look at it even more. So I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair.
I can visualize him falling off the chair just from the animations I've seen him do. Like him throwing up his legs and going, whoa, whoa, and then collapsing. Sus. That's what I said too. It seems a little sus at first, but Herlock Sholmes is like literally a man-child in this game, so it's not as sus as it appears.
But that's when I found out that the author of all these accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in.
I'm like typing something. Sorry.
So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
Wait, she thought he was... Wait, how long did she think... Oh, I guess because both the parents disappeared very early on, so it makes sense that, like, Iris would think... It makes sense that Iris would think that Herlock was just her actual father. Yeah, she was tiny. Reading comprehension skills.
I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in, so it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me.
Daddy issues unlocked.
I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, living with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see.
Psychic power. Hello, son. It's me, your father. I'm going to another country now. You're going to live with Herlock Sholmes now, Jack. He is your father now.
Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually.
I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind.
That tracks. That tracks. He literally forgot who I was after we solved the first case together. He puts it all in his. I'm well experienced with this. He puts it all in his short-term memory and then ditches it as soon as the case is over. Sometimes before the case is over, honestly.
Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again.
Wait, what? Can you imagine? The classic detective gathers everyone together, and he's just like, what do you have to tell us, Herlock Sholmes? What great wisdom do you have to impart? So you see, it was this man. It was Miss White. It was Mrs. White in the kitchen with a knife. And they're like, you already told us that yesterday, sir. Fuck! I did it again! I love him. The ultimate himbo, truly. Masterful powers of deduction, but none of it sticks.
It was quite a shock for everyone.
You could say that again.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yep, the classic Watson, but they changed his name for legal reasons.
I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Lore. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is a real flashback, isn't it? Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Oh, wait. Why did I not remember that? Oh no! The guy who got murdered in the first case was her dad! Oh no. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. I did not remember that was the victim in the first case. Did not remember at all. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. They are public domain. Because you never streamed this game. I did probably stream that first case like 5 months ago. So honestly, that's probably why. That's probably why I forgot. I've forgotten. Well, now I'm out of school. I have a lot more time. This one's going to be a long stream because I have nothing else to do today. In fact, I'm gonna go fill up like a thing of water before we get into this. Before we get really into this case. I'll be right back. Yes, you have explained in chat very well, Jack. There's like the Arthur Conan Doyle estate is very like Sherlock Holmes, I can't even say it normally, is in public domain. But like the estate will get weird. And this character of this version of Sherlock is very off-brand. So, yeah, they want money. They just want money. So, like, since this is a Japanese game studio that, like, Capcom doesn't want to bother, legally they could get away with calling him Sherlock Holmes. But it's easier to just change his name in the English localization and save time. He's the quirked up white boy Sherlock. Based. And that version is from later books. Yeah. Jack knows the lore. I don't know why they changed Watson to Wilson, though. I mean, the daughter thing is just... That's the plot they wanted to go with, but I don't know why they changed the last name. I don't know if it's Watson in the Japanese version, too, but... yeah. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left to Japan. They changed it to fuck with you. Yeah. This is my favorite version of this character, too. Very, very, very fun version of Sherlock Holmes. Miss Susato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Where's my father, Ryunosuke? What do you know about my father? Ginny. Okay, well, topic first. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade? The young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Compartmentalizing trauma. Compartmental. I like to add an I there. Why the elf shoe? For some reason, my eyes were just drawn to the elf shoe up here. I'm very ADD today. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. Honestly, the more ADD I'm feeling, really make you say anything. Maybe today, when I'm very, very easily distractible. Yes, we've gone through like one set of conversations in over 20 minutes. Honestly, sometimes the more ADD I feel, that's when I'll stream. When I have like the most attention deficit disorder possible. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh, wait, why are they the best of friends? What? Oh, after the trial that she was in, they had dinner together. I see. And I chase after her down the back alleys. It's like tag. Iris just turned into ice. Shut up. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. Fred got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Ooh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. Just hope she does actually come. A touch. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. God, I love the poofy anime boy blonde hair. I commented on it last stream too, but it's even funnier now. It's even funnier when he does that lean forward and grin pose. That 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 pose that he does that I just did, but I don't have a camera, so I don't have a camera on, so I don't know why I even bothered. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Ha. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? It's already... It goes in my short-term memory and it's out. It's gone. Do tell me. I'm feeling particularly ADD. Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, my dear? He really did just forget all of the events of last stream. He's like, it's been a week since you last streamed. I don't really remember anything. Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? So he does remember something.
You know, at times, Mr. Murray, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. What? Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. See, it's fine when she does it, huh, Susato? Susato. Sussy Sato. The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Shaw. It's caramel! It's pronounced caramel, Timmy! Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear friends, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. Here's a recap from last stream. I'll be taking that whatever it is and Mr. McGill is down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. Did he swap them? Bro, it's so illegal. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. What? Wait, is that how did he make the disc by, like, sticking it into a what? The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image on the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. Very useful, because I lose my house keys every other day. I'm very bad at keeping track. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. The music on the disc. It's gonna be like a secret message or something, isn't it? Well, fortunately, I have no idea what music the disc plays. No idea. None whatsoever. Are you familiar? Press the button too fast. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. The music has stopped. Who in Ace Attorney has childbearing hips? I'm not going to answer that question. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Joan Garridip. Alright, I will now not be answering that question. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. What is this? This is some very Professor Layton music playing right here. We're about to solve like a Layton puzzle to get this disc to play. Small protuberances block the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Do you like that word? It's a funny word. Protuberances. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce, but can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes, as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I am afraid. It's quite untraceable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. What Steely Dan sweatpants acquired? What are you even talking about? What does that mean? The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. An example? Okay. Every single one? That's Hurley for ya. Always taking things too far. But, my dear, this face with this hair is so funny. With the poofy hair, I love it. The little strand that sticks up right here. But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Okay, so we're about to get a huge shipment of music boxes into this place. Please let it be the very first one that this works with. Magnus McGilden. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilden perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Bum 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 bottom 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 bum bum bum. See, this is why I started stream early, because I knew this investigation's gonna take me like 3 to 4 hours. So I gotta start earlier, or I'm gonna be cut and stream at like midnight. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilden's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. We gotta find the second omnibus. Bailiff, locate the second omnibus. There is a second one, right? Right? Please. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilden was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment. Judgment! I want to play more Yakuza 0 too. I might play more of that tomorrow. I don't know. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Or if I get too addicted to this, I'll end up playing this tomorrow. I want to try to get all the investigation done tonight, though, so I can just move on to the trial next time I stream this game. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. As your manager, you must own... What, you don't want to watch me play... You don't want to watch me sing Judgment for an hour again? Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I should investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Schultz. Dame Dane only. I will watch you stream Yakuza 0, but only if you sing nothing but Baga Mijai Udama Misegai for 4 hours. Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Schultz. Never leave anything too precious with the ponder.
Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of irises in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
Dummy, dummy, yo! You open the manuscript and it just says, dummy, dummy, yo!
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. Didn't we just witness a guy try to, like, pilfer an item that wasn't his out of that pawnbroker? Like, I don't know about that.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
The Hounds of Baskervilles?
The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. What? Ah!
Ah! Oh! Why are we screaming? I don't know, but it's fun to yell. Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh! Baka mitai.
Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title?
Well, that's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course.
But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
And that's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see.
Why are we uh-ohing? What's going on? So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's.
And yet, how could Susie know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
Ah! What is it, Mr. Sholmes? I just love yelling in excitement! Ah! It's just whenever I haven't moved for too long, I have a little spasm moment. I go, ah! And my head shakes all around. It's very much like a certain streamer by the name of Chuck Batman. He does that when he's been sitting still for too long. It would appear our guest has arrived. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade. We've all been eager... Herlock, what the fuck are you talking...
Herlock, what the fuck are you talking about?
We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris?
Yeah! Just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy.
Okay, so we'll get back to that Hounds of Baskerville thing in like 20 minutes, in like an hour then, probably.
Come along, Susie.
Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. More like next game? What? Meddlesome it is then. What? Wait, meddlesome? What do you mean next game? The title of this chapter is The Hounds of Baskerville.
Meow.
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. Oh, I get it. Mendelssohn is a musician, meddlesome. Okay. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Why Susato knows is very important. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Say that you remember party on. 15th of April, 9:34 p.m. The attic. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh, yes. God, I'm mixing up their voices now. Oh, yes. Iris's cooking was truly divine, and I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes's violin, even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Yo, can you... He goes to pull out one of his hollowed chalices, and it's just... What? Where's my hollowed chalice? Who stole my bailiff?
Naruhodo-san, can I consult with you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Susato-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Ah. Oh, right, the telegram that arrived this morning. Yeah.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me.
The Lord Chief Justice? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What? Then we have to start preparing at once.
Oh, no. That won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san.
Susato is a persona. What? Persona!
I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this?
Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy.
Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Who could it be now? Who could it be now?
Good evening, friends.
Ah, Iris. Hello again. Oh yeah, Jack, what do you think of the stream title? And if you close your eyes, ayo, 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 ayo.
Why are you singing about? What are you singing about up here? What is this?
Ayo, ayo, ayo. Makes me think of Mr. Peabody and Sherman. What? Why?
Yes, Ginny's going to stay.
Did they use that song in that movie?
Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny?
Well, yeah. You know what they say, if you close your eyes, ayo, ayo, ayo.
How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today.
Oh, what? In particular?
All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
Oh, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting a little ahead of yourself there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Wait, what? That's mine.
Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
I mean, she is like a small child. I feel like nobody's a better pickpocket than like a tiny child that is like below your view. Like, that's probably when Gina Lestrade learned to pickpocket, and she just honed her skills of being out of sight as things went on. Aladdin moment, truly.
One jump ahead of the... So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you. One jump ahead of the burger, one swing ahead of the sword.
All right then. Good night.
Yes, good night.
So this is your office, is it?
Have you not been up here already?
What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too.
It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose. She probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does. So is Gina just gonna, like, watch us do that? Watch this conversation?
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time.
Okay, she said this to me. Susato's keeping some secrets. Susato's acting kinda sus-sato.
That joke wasn't funny, Ryunosuke. That joke wasn't funny, Runo. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
Oh no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what this is all about, really, but you're a driver!
It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This manuscript, or whatever you call it.
I'm just doing like my, we don't talk about Rune. Okay. I'm just doing my Xenoblade 2 Nia voice for Gina Lestrade, if you can't tell.
It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's... That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner.
Eh?
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious...
Something tells me Gina has met Nia? Nia? You're a driver? Nia, what are you doing in Victorian England? Rule 1 of the Salvager's Code. Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases. Is that right?
Apparently so. I was surprised. Okay, she doesn't seem just surprised. She seems... Her face says, I've met. Nice Xenoblade 2 spoiler. If I don't acknowledge it, it's not a spoiler. Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are now. But I like that you already know that information. Without having finished the game.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and I write my stories based on what actually happened.
I didn't. Oh. Then why did you say that?
So where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him.
Oh, right. Come to think of it. Come to think of it. No, it doesn't matter, don't worry. That wasn't even a spoiler. Nia, she's just a driver, that's all. Nothing unusual. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Perhaps we're really prying into other people's business this stream. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts.
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases.
Oh? How?
I don't really know. But it must be... I don't really... Well, jeez, Mommy. Oh, I don't really know.
What are we even talking about in the game? I said that Nia bit and it's derailed me. I'm sorry. Here's the Hound of the Bat. It's taken by your fire. Okay.
Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley,
he turned as white as a sheet. It
was the first time I've ever seen him like that.
Oh, secrets. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. And yet Susato knows the title.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say. Not now.
So please, do not ask me. Okay, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. I'm not a child. I'm a driver. It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. Neil literally says, I'm not a child. Like, she literally goes, I'm not a child, and does, like, that same pouty pose in Xenoblade 2 within, like, the first hour. Within the part that you've played, Jack. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so, too. You lot are too trusting for what? You lot are too trusting for your own good. Nia is in Xenoblade 3. True. You know, honestly, the so-called spoiler that I said may very well be info in Xenoblade 3. Like, Xenoblade 3 might spoil it. But he can't pull the wool over my eye. Jesus, I can't read. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Okay, that conversation just kind of ended, didn't it? We talked to Gina. Can she elaborate on that? Yeah, here we go. Sholmes is lying. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, oh Jesus, look at those apostrophes. Well, I reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story really was in old Windibank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Dude, what is the chip on this girl's shoulder? We need to unpack Gina Lestrade's baggage. I'm telling ya, that manuscript ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you had to look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. You know, speaking of Xenoblade and Xenoblade spoilers, don't worry, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but man, if I, it's gonna be hard if I Let's Play Xenoblade 3 to, not spoil other Xenoblade games. I feel like it's gonna be hard. I feel like they're not making it easy for me. If I'm honest, because, like, there's so many elements from 1 and 2, like, that, what I said during this stream could very well just be, it's gonna be hard if I see a sussy Xenoblade butt. Why did I read that out loud? I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth. See. Oh, but I don't think that you threw me off, shut up. I mean that sometimes wonder if he might have hidden his manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself. I don't care about the manuscript right now. Like, it's just teasing lore for later. This is the equivalent of a cutscene where they show, like, one of your friends talking to like a big bad villain for later, and it's like, oh, what are they up to? We'll find out in like 40 hours of game time. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. I mean, we're Welsh. No one wants nothing to do with us from the moment we're born. Not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, David. Oh my god. Drivers! Diving's my life. I love it. You should you should meet this guy named Rex. He's really into diving and driving. Rule 4 of the Salvager's Code. Always pickpocket the rich. Rule number 6 of the Salvager's Code. If you see a man with a fancy coat, he's gonna be hiding something fancy inside his pockets. Get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents. I mean, I've always thought I'd make everything right. Everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, sounds like having parents isn't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you knew you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. Gina's parents are gonna be some like lore important shit. You know, if it comes up, they're gonna be like major lore characters. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny, we should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. Saul Goodman versus Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm surprised you didn't have any Salvager's Code jokes to send in chat. And please, don't mention it. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Your Honor, my client is a driver. Good good night, Gina. Focus on the game. This is bad. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. We're almost an hour into the stream, and I feel like I'm only through like 2 seconds of this I feel like I've done like 10 minutes of this investigation. We're gonna start text mashing here. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. A child? I'm not a child! We did get a lot of lore about Iris and a little lore about Ginny, a little lore about Susato. But all of this is lore for later. Like, I don't expect any of this to come up until, like, the next game. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at UMay University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. See, this is where you remember that Herlock Sholmes is actually the oldest of the bunch, because he's like, where's the kids? They disappeared. We need to do something. Wake up. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about?
I like how look out the window translated to go outside. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbroker. Mr. Windibank's. Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, we sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have knowledge of the situation, Mr. Narod. Love Ricky Gervais. What? What do Ricky Gervais and Dave Chappelle have in common? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Sorry. Oh, no, not really. But anyway, we must investigate. At once! Miss Susato? th of April, 1:14 a.m. Baker Street. The door to Windibank's. It's open. Transphobic. Really? Ricky Gervais? No, I was worried you were going to say that. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina. Wasn't it? I mean, I've watched like one stand-up special, so I don't know. I don't consider him a comedy classic, but he's certainly more well respected than Dave. Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. Why did you just have Susato say her own name like he is a Pokemon? I don't what? When did I say what? What do you mean? What? Stop gaslighting me. You will not gas me. When did I say Susato? She. Why did you just have Susato say her own name like she is a Pokemon? Did I didn't even. Did I just read this and go Susato and the lamp is burning? What are we talking about? I'm so lost right now. Oh my god. Come, there's a game afoot, a game of shadows. Something is afoot inside. Yes. Why did I do that? I don't. You distract because I was thinking about because I'm like reading, but my head is thinking about Ricky Gervais being transphobic. There's no one here. Oh, yes. There is. What? What is happening right now? Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But, after them! Go! Right. What is happening? What? Stop. Susato! Blast! Ryunosuke, blast! Hello, what have we? Oh, it's just a... The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibank's. What about the guy we were supposed to... Oh, no. I didn't like those two sussy silhouettes we just saw. Oh, cuts. Oh, shit.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Sholmes!
Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
There's something in that manuscript that somebody doesn't want us to find, isn't there? Oh, shit. Oh!
It's Gina!
To be continued! Well, I'm obviously not going to end... oh, stream's over. Stream's over. We only streamed for an hour, but stream's over. No, obviously the stream is not over yet. Investigation part 3. Oh. On God. For real. Just like that. The end of game. Imagine if that was the end of the game. And then, like, we just had to move on to the next game and be like, what? After them! Go! Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! Oh no, she's got the gun in her hand. Oh shit. It's Gina. She's about to get framed for something. From that moment, Windibake's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. Alright, so now we have the hook of the case. It only took like 3 hours, but we now have the hook. The person is dead, and the accused that we're gonna be defending has been located. Why does this model of Iris look so weird? Why does she look so Why am I like eye level with her? A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard to not let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Events at Windibanks. When do we get to investigate it? It was wholesome slice of life. I liked it too. It was fun. I mean, doing a Sholmes deduction segment is always fun. And I enjoyed the slice of life combos. Gina better call Saul. I mean, that's what I'm for. She doesn't need Saul. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. Saul is for... No, McGilded. McGilded is the one who would want to call Saul, because he was, like, actually sus. And possibly guilty of the murder. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. Right, I turned the volume up for the cutscene. I'm turning it back down now. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs, who we only got the silhouettes of. They looked like... Okay, those 2 thug silhouettes looked like the most cartoony, goofy characters imaginable, and I'm terrified to be them. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Windibank, I suppose. I don't know. That's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh? Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. You are gonna love them. Oh, God. Gina. Jenny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Gina's arrest. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles, and the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. But Gina was, like, on the floor, passed out asleep. How the hell could she have... I mean, yeah, she had the gun, but, like, what'd she do? Take sleeping pills afterward? Pizzagate. Shut up. Ugh, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Okay, what is Susato's situation? Because she was just there. What kind of situation would there be there? Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway. Oh, right, Susato got there before I did, somehow. Like, she was in there with Sholmes. But wait, was she in there for much longer? Why are they still questioning her? Oh, she stayed behind at the scene. Okay, that makes sense. If I just stop asking questions and keep reading, it'll all make sense. Besides, one of us had to come back to meet Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leading early. I'm not. I want to do investigating. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. Like Sholmes' situation. So where's Hurley then? Is he still investigating? He really ought to have some breakfast. This dialogue really, like, contradicts itself if you read it out of order. He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good. Like, she thought he was dead in that other dialogue, and now she thinks he's been... Now she's like, is he still investigating? I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No, no. It's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. St. Sinners? Okay, that's a sus-sounding location. Jack, if we meet the 18th century version of Dr. Hoti, I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. Why? I don't know why when I said, are we meeting Mr. Hoti? I don't like that emote, Jack. I, like, picked up my phone like I was talking directly into you, into it. I don't know why I did that. My mic is right here. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Ah, injured Sholmes. Okay. It was the two thugs that were in Mr. Windibank's shot. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. So why the hell was Gina arrested? The police just don't trust our testimony, I guess. Because, like, everything we've said says caution. And even, like, we found Gina, like, on the floor. When would she have shot Sholmes? It was pitch black inside the shop. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. That's true. I'm not exactly. Sholmes more, but she isn't being charged with shooting Sholmes. Oh, okay, interesting. But okay, but if she's not being charged with shooting Sholmes, that means that they believe there's someone else there. There was someone else there, so that's interesting. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. But I can see why they would think she was a part of it, like, because she is like a pickpocket who was working with McGilden in that other case. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder, but I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright, then, Iris, perhaps you can help me. Oh, yes, I'd love to. See, I feel like This squad of Ryunosuke, Susato, Sholmes, and Iris is a much more organic way of having a bunch of different, like, investigator protagonist characters than the later mainline Ace Attorney titles where there's Phoenix and Apollo and Athena and, like, sometimes Trucy and Maya, and they all are, like, sort of intermingling in these weird ways. This feels much more natural than that. Probably because all of these characters were introduced together rather than having been, like, slowly trickled out over 5 games.
And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Lubrication has been at the prison cell where Miss Gina Lestrade is being held.
You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me with you when you go.
Alright, the investigation begins. I said this would be a long stream, and I'm not lying. 16th April. Local prison. What did that say? Prison. Whatever. Hello, Gina. Why did I say that so weirdly? Hello, Gina Ryunosuke. I can't. I have to watch the VOD back for this now, so I can hear myself say Susato at one point. Like, why did I have her do that? Why did I do that? That's so weird.
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I was truly in truest autopilot at that moment because I literally did not even remember that Susato was in that scene or had a line of dialogue, and I was just instinctually reading text without giving any brain power to it. Like, words appear on screen, I read them. I wish she wouldn't point it at me. What are you here for?
Jenny,
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you.
well, you can't.
Sorry?
You heard. Get lost. Don't be like that, Jenny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone.
I just know you would. Not with a real gun. She'd shoot somebody with, like, a smoke launcher, but...
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh.
You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week.
Well, yeah, we know you broke in. That's not the issue.
Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Jenny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuck. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one.
She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Jenny?
Because I'm a girl boss.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Rule number 7 of the Salvager's Code. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. I don't understand, Gene. Why did you send the public defender away?
He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums, me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. Snaffled? You can't trust no one, that's the point. Soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead.
Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could...
Forget it! Ginny, don't you trust Bruno?
Nah, I don't. I said Naruhodo's line in the Susato voice, which made it seem like Susato was a Pokemon. Oh, did I say, like, Susato, and then read her line or something? I don't know. I gotta watch... You should have clipped it. You should have clipped it. I gotta watch it back.
Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
The reverse. The reverse. What? I'm so confused. I said Naruhodo's line in the Susato voice, and Susato was in the line? Is that what you're... Will you tell us what happened? Last night, at the pond. Either way, I was in complete autopilot there. There's nothing to tell. That's like, because that actually happens to me all the time when I'm like, when I'm like reading books and stuff, because I have really high, like above average reading skills, but my attention is like all over the place. So I can literally read an entire paragraph, or even like, I can read a paragraph or even a whole page of a book and then be like, wait, I didn't actually process anything I just read. And then I have to go back and read it again. Because I'm a menace.
I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked me away.
Reading, good. Pronouncing it correctly without stumbling over my words, much harder.
But the old bloke walked in on me and... you know the rest. But why, Jenny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Diving! I'm a diver!
Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Jenny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have.
She saw McGilded commit a murder, didn't she?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Jesus? What unforgivable lies?
Unforgivable lies. We're gonna have to like psycho lock this girl to get information. What did you mean before, Gene, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told me? Maybe we can help.
Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Jenny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by.
A photographic print of a really adorable cat.
I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it.
Really? That's definitely gonna be a clue later. This is a surprise tool that will help us later.
I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of an overcoat.
This overcoat is just full of secrets, isn't it?
Anyway, don't bother coming again. Oh, Jenny.
The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. NFT. Shut up. Alright, well, we're gonna have to convince her to get along with us later. Lots of locations. I'm afraid to go here. I'm very afraid. 16th April. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3.
Hurley? Oh. He's not here.
No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Is there only one bed by a window?
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury.
Oh.
Hello, what have we? Oh god. Okay, good, it's just a Bobby. This ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. So, A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Great mystery solvers, a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us. Sure. No, no haughty, no haughty!
Where is he, Constable? Where is Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, madam, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear. Is he gonna be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
Oh.
I've heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Sholmes moment. He's too neurodivergent for the anesthetic to work. Is it anesthetic? Anesthetic? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back.
Oh, poor Hurley.
Alright, well, I guess this is a bit of a dead end. What is this note thing? I've investigated. Okay, weird. That looks pretty investigatable, but whatever. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look. Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron.
Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients.
Rats and mice. Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose.
But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear.
I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. Okay, what's over here? Crutches. Interesting. I wonder what these are. What?
Haven't you ever seen crutches before?
Let me explain. I really do not need an explanation of what crutches are. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in a hospital?
I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest. And, okay, this is filler dialogue. Dude, there's nothing to investigate in here. The game is hard telling me come back here when Sholmes is better. So let's go investigate the crime scene. Can we do that now? 16th April, Windibanks Pawnbroker. Dude, there's bobbies everywhere. Where's Inspector Gregson?
This is where it happened then. Last night.
No haughty sightings yet though. So we're in the clear. That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables.
But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance.
No, you're right about that, actually.
In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that! I'm not dressed in black. That's why I don't wear black. Black. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the two rogues get away, mind. Okay, so they do believe that the rogues exist. Okay, then why is Gina in jail? Is she just in jail for, like, breaking into the pawn shop? Yes, I'm sorry about that.
I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Greg, see? Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Ah! Your ladyship! Oh god, that's right. I forgot. He has some weird obsession with her. What is this about? I'm afraid. This was sus when it was brought up last time, and it's sussier now. I think my family just got home. Sorry if you can hear dogs barking. No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Bruno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. What the heck? What is this dynamic? She's taken. It's not just that he's like kowtowing to her. She's also taking charge. The gent in black is totally blindness. Everyone's in agreement about that. Can you believe it? It's like a completely different person. I've got a personality change. Oh, well, me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? What? Why? His reasoning for being nice to her is surprisingly normal. Okay. Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Well, it better be normal, because this behavior is not normal.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some.
Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. Her ladyship. I want to know why he's acting like this immediately. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine! Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. What's the sauce, Sonny? I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism. Okay, buddy.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh, I'll crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did you write about the inspector, Iris?
Oh, I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes's lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yards, is how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? The very next month my pay doubled. Oh my god. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, he's just trying to get on the good side of the person who writes the story. Okay, that is surprisingly normal. Cop wants more money. Very normal. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
But now that he's told her that, kind of defeats the purpose. Can you blame me? All it'll take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Greg. No, the Greg detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think that what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. This guy's obsessed with his image.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Glug, 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 glug. Can you hear me drinking my water? I figured that would be a good time to do it during that animation. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal? What? Alright, back to my fries, back to my chips. Okay, Mr. Schultz. We're just gonna go backwards. I don't know why I do this so often. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Schultz? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. God, I need to get a more comfortable chair. I've only been streaming for like an hour and a half, but my butt is already like, get me out of this chair, dude. Hold on. Sorry, I just like dinged the mic into my water glass, didn't I? Sorry about that. Yeah, did you hear that? Sorry. That was very loud. I know. Like, I'm sure that was very loud. I apologize. I like got up and set my headphones down, and I think my mic just went ding ding right up. My mic just went. That's not the. I can't even replicate it. It's like that, but way louder. Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Ding!
Well, I know it's... You know he's being operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know?
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh.
The bullet... We literally went there earlier. What are you talking about? The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. It's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is easy enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. And anyway, he's having emergency surgery. They gotta stop that bleed.
But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better?
Of course, your ladyship. It'll be right as rain before you know it.
Yay! How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective. That's why. Okay, so he's going all like cutesy talk with her. His interactions with her are so funny. Okay, the fact that he's just doing it to like get on her good side, so that he keeps his pay raise is actually really funny.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
Oh, what's funny about it is that he doesn't pander like that to Sholmes. He only panders like that to the person who's writing the stories. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. Alright, now let's actually talk about the investigation. So, how is the investigation going? Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night. Gina, you're going to charge her? But you know there were other people here. What are you talking about? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid...
I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, haven't you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, eh? Are you?
I don't know why I said A, like British. How could you... Ow! How could you possibly know that? Oh, they captured them? Okay, interesting.
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Actually, I don't know why. I said actually, but my brain said yesterday. Like something he was supposed to talk to me about after the incident with Eggert Benedict. You missed... Eggert Benedict better make a reappearance, because that guy was funny. I don't know why I'm still talking in this voice, but you missed Eggert Benedict last week. Hopefully he comes back soon. I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message. I wonder what it could be. The important message. Why is his name Eggert Benedict? That doesn't make... That's a dumb name. Ding! Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie? Is she alright?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Okay, this is a weird, like, why did Lord Strongheart summon Susato? What is she up to? What is going on with Susato this stream? Really putting the sus in the name. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. She asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. She does have a lot of nerve. Like, she's tough.
Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. But first I gotta investigate this crime scene. How is that not? There's like prints down there. Why is that not a clickable thing? Why? Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching! He let us investigate last time, didn't he? What's the problem, Greg? See, Runer's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship, ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruto was to have been properly... Oh. So I can't investigate here until Gina Lestrade actually lets me be her lawyer. God damn it. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork. Presenting in orange. You gotta present. Okay, well. Unfortunately, we have not yet convinced her to let us be her lawyer, so. We cannot yet. Can we go back here? What I tell you, eh? Get out of here! Oh well. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructors from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. It's been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. I barely even have time to talk to you. That's why I'm talking so fast. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. Crime and pawnbrokers. It's every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know. Crime and pawnbrokers. He literally said it right after I said it as him. That's funny. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in. Shush! Keep it down! It's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. Edgeworth moment. Yeah. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. We'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I miss Gumshoe. Gumshoe was so easy to gaslight into giving us information. I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. Can I check the calendar, then? Are you going to actually let me investigate that? So then, what have we here? Now, what did I tell you, you blackhead blotter? You are allowed to... Okay, alright. Let's go talk to, let's go get Susato, then. Has been added at the top. Why is it adding all of these locations at like the top of the list? That's kind of weird. 16th April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? Well, I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. Can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. I can never remember what voice I gave Lord Strongheart, so it's like different every time. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're... It's like... I mean, it's generally the same, but like the specific intonation I gave it is not consistent. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. Let's go! Lord Strongheart is back! No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your home. Wait, what did he just say? Wait, return to your homeland? I didn't process that until after I read the next line. What did he just say? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your... What's all this about? What's this all about? Why are you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And... tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Okay, why the hell do they want her out of the picture for this trial? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Why are you going home? Miss Susato, what's all this about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it had.
That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? Sus. She's been Susato hard this stream. Like, she's been acting real sussy.
It's my father. He's fallen ill.
Oh no! Professor Mikotoba. Oh yeah, this guy. The guy with the, like, puff on his shirt. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugen Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine, Yume University. Maybe, I bet the reason Susato knows, not Best Girl, right? I bet the reason Susato knows the full Hounds of Baskerville title is she probably knew Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson from, like, Sherlock's old partner. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day.
I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely.
I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening.
I need my assistant. She's smarter than me.
So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court.
Yeah, she was formally charged a few hours ago. And the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later.
Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes. An all too suspicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the art is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Press X to doubt, for real, yeah. Mr. Nara. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. He's getting a little testy. This guy is sus. Strongheart is mega sus. And the fact that he reminds me of Damon Gant is already... Of course, Lord Strongheart. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Jesus, I keep switching over big crimes. Criminals, weak mind. Weak mind? What? Why did you type that as one word? Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Mini-while? Bro, what is wrong with you? The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. I almost said mini-while again. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matter? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday?
Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. Alright. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongwood, which is, I have 3 minutes. It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. It only took you 20 seconds to get them. The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused. Why would she do that? I mean, we already, she already established it. Question you would do well to direct at Mr. Strong. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. I already directed that at her. We've already had that conversation. But I guess the writers have to assume we haven't, because it's possible I could have gone to the crime scene first and then been sent here from there. Gina charged with murder. Susato-san about to leave.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go! Let's go!
If I'm honest, this is completely trivial. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Okay, hold on. It is now getting dark in here. I'm gonna turn on the light. It's like, if I walk over, I have you pulled up on my TV. You are famous. Wow. Oh, I'm famous. Okay. Wait, there's nothing to examine here. Why does it smell funny now? Turning on the light made it smell funny in here. My armpits. I don't know. It smells like armpit, but I didn't smell it before. What am I doing? What were we even told to do? Hold on. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Okay, well that's very helpful. I guess we should go back to the prison and try to convince Gina to let us represent her again. I know, I really should stop saying that I don't I didn't need to tell you. The smell's gone. I don't know what shit I was on there. But hello again, Gina.
Stinky man! He's got a stinky penis! Shoot him!
She's not shooting. Okay, well that joke was rude. What are you lot here for now? Shove the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again. Walk of
I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you.
Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm so sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell.
Eh?
Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie! Is Susato gonna guilt trip Gina into accepting our representation?
Well, that ain't my business.
Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them.
Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Eh, what? It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Wait, that you do deserve? I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. What? Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What? Okay, now I'm confused. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies? We're psycho-walking her, dude. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they are obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about the trial. Magnus McGilded. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. The only stream VOD I've uploaded to YouTube that as of this moment has 0 views. This is a plug for my YouTube, Chuck Batman Game. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Yo, are we getting the case 3 lore? McGilded is so sexy. I didn't say that, Jack did. The trial 2 months ago. We just got McGilded. I got McGilded. What can I say? I got McGilded. Like I said, it all happened 2 months ago. Coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. I knew it. I never said it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. Oh shit, we're getting the lore, aren't we? If you haven't played this game, or if you're in the middle of case 3, maybe click off the stream for like 5. It was pitch black in that little clubby-o. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud. But don't close the stream. I like the viewer numbers. Just like mute me. Go do something else. I heard that loud thud. Like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you. Yeah. It pulled me out from under the seat. So needy. Shut up. I mean, you can... I don't care. I don't care. I don't want... I'm fine only having one viewer. Air pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the corpse blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof definitely saw from the skyline. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. They do look like they have very similar outfits on the shot. Yeah, it did. Only, it's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarper before the cops showed up.
See, I assumed Gina and McGilded were like connected somehow, beyond just her stumbling upon. Then again, I also assumed there was a second omnibus, so I may have been massively overcomplicating what was actually a very simple frame job. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Whoa, okay, she's actually gonna give me all the lore? Alright, let's go! Okay, what you saw. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch-black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. A little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that. Dragged me out by my arm. And that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc.
Oh! Oh! That 5 seconds of silence was my eyes widening and my jaw dropping. Oh!
The disc! With the blood on it. A disc.
You mean...
Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Windybanks.
So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus.
Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. Picked it up and stuffed it inside his pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
And the bog trotter told me I weren't to matter a word of it to no one.
So why, so what the hell is, okay, the planispheric disc, oh my god. So what the hell was the deal with Egbert Benedict then? He's frickin', why was he trying to get to the disc before we could? Is he on the right side of the wall? Like, I don't, is he trying to cover up the crime and, like, eliminate any loose ends? What you heard?
Because it was so dark under the seat in that cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably that was McGilded getting on board?
Nah, not only him.
Oh?
Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people.
McGilded and the victim, I assume. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness. And I always succumb to it.
Whatever, I read that line already, like 3 streams ago. 4 streams ago, 5 streams ago, I don't know how many streams ago.
And in your own testimony, Gina, in support of his, all I could hear was the Irishman storming. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other.
So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. What about after the... No, that's not what I clicked. I pressed the down arrow, but for some reason, you can only control that menu with the WASD keys. I hate this game's keyboard controls. Please. I mean, you can also just click on it with the mouse, but... I mean, you can also just click on the text box with the mouse, but, like, I didn't have my hand on the mouse, so I was like, oh, I'll use my right hand to press the down arrow, and it didn't work at all. I have to use the WASD.
I knew it weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, Matilda told me to hide under the back under the seat again. I climbed in and... Oh, wait. Two colts from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Yeah, right. And after they'd gone, Matilda asked the driver to do him a favor. Favor? Oh, right, the driver who was, like, in debt. Now then, fella. What I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGill did open the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see.
McGilded's conditions. What were McGilded's conditions? Wait, are they all connected? Yeah. I'm not all the case. I don't think the Garadib case is connected to the rest, really. I mean, maybe in some small way, but not significantly. But yes, all of the cases are, like, pretty connected. This game has much more of an interconnected storyline than any of the previous Ace Attorneys. Most Ace Attorneys will have, like, two cases in the game that are, like, super interconnected, and then everything else is just kind of, like, in between storylines to build characters. This game doesn't... I mean, I guess it's kind of got the in-between storylines, but there's much more of a sense of overarching storytelling, which is super cool. I mean, the cases still stand on their own, mostly, but, like... Not telling a soul. Wait, what? What is he not... What are we not telling? McGilded's conditions. Oh. So she's willing to describe what happened, but not his conditions? Not telling a soul. Not for anything. About what I saw and what I heard. Oh, those were the conditions. So we just... Alright, well, I guess she broke them now. He's dead now. It's fine. And there was something else as well. Sorry, Kirk. I warned you. This is like spoilers for case. This is basically directly following up the events of Case 3. So if you didn't watch Case 3, you're like, what the heck's going on? But if you did watch me play Case 3, I don't remember if you were there for those streams, but that's what this is a follow-up to. So. Yeah, my third viewer left. I probably to avoid spoilers. People pop in and out a lot when I'm streaming this game. I think I feel like they do what I used to do when I wanted to watch. Like there was a streamer that that used to stream Ace Attorney a lot that I would want to watch him play, but I didn't want to have the whole game spoiled, so I just like pop in and out and get like out of context plot beats. Mostly from Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, which I never ended up playing Spirit of Justice anyway, so like, who cares? This is the most important thing, he said. Ooh, I like this graphic with like the shadows. Like this is some good artwork. This is cool. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked him? Did you see anything at all, huh? You asked him to go pop your Riza, right? Aye. The fiend's taken me over coast to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket. Do you understand? Okay, so why was Eggert Benedict trying to steal this object, trying to steal this coat before Gina could get it? Like, what does he want with it? Because he is giving it to her. What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. He really thought he was gonna live that long, didn't he? Okay, so it probably is somebody who... I bet you it's somebody who works with him trying to dispose of the evidence, you know? You have to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed,
You had to go to the pawn shop, Winterberg, so it is, and you had to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Eh? But I ain't got that kind of gas. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lads? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say? And what is it that you won't say? He used her to orchestrate the whole frame job, dude. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. Just had an insane idea for... Oh, God. You missed Gina Lestrade dumping the McGilded lore on us. I don't know how long you've been gone, but she's just given us all the info about what happened with that incident. I mean, I guess she didn't give everything. She didn't, like, see the act of the murder, but... I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. And we didn't catch her on it because the evidence supported her version of the events. Ah, I see the third viewer is back with one more. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. You got back just in time to miss all the spoilers. Or if you're two new viewers, welcome to the stream. But we just got a lore dump. Like a very intelligent... Oh my god. You just came here to ask Jack questions about D&D, didn't you, Alyssa? Wizard or artificer? And very intelligent... No. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. It's alright. I know. Alyssa, you showed up to ask Jack that question just in time. If you'd gotten here like 2 minutes earlier, you would have been mega spoiled on info. Whereas right now, all the info just got dumped, so you're good. You're safe. I know you're planning to play the game yourself soon. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything about what went on back in the slums. He knew we had no one to he knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean McGilded would have, in an heartbeat, he could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we gone? Where could we have gone, eh? Her accent makes it difficult. So I didn't have a choice. I like that they're all doing the same pose right now. all three female characters doing the exact same pose on the same screen. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me one simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? You what? You what, mate? Bitches be posing. They do be. Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is it gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? Ace Attorney is filled with sad women. It is. They've got the sad women pose down. I feel like Maya doesn't really have this sad woman pose, though. That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers right here. no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing.
Only in case 2 in every game. True, true. Even the latent crossover, right? Like, it was case 2 of that game, right? Where she was accused.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
You know what's interesting is Susato has yet to be the person we're defending in any of these cases. They flipped the they switched up the formula.
Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there?
There's always case 2 of the next game, though, for Susato to randomly get accused of something.
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last.
She gave us the mega lore dump about McGilda.
Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it.
To be continued.
Yes, we will save our current part. How long have we been streaming? We're not even at 2.5 hours yet. We can keep going.
Investigation part 4. Oh boy, this investigation has 4 parts. I mean, the parts have been pretty short. Like, part 2 was literally just dinner with Irish, Sholmes, and Ginny.
Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers up Gregson's ass. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute for me, please?
Are you imitating my voice?
You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! Oh! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? Ah, salute you. That is good work, that is. I like that she was more willing to give us all the McGilded lore than she was to sign those papers. Like, she gave us that lore first, and then... she gave us the forbidden lore first, and then signed the lawyer papers.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Fatigue? Get it?
Glug, 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 glug. My throat is very loud. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see it now.
Yes?
Yes, I don't feel tired at all.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime?
Do as you please.
You know what happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank. Gee.
Right, well,
we get back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector?
if I'm perfectly honest,
We need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. If you need to wrap this up, why did you investigate every single item in the pawn shop instead of investigating the room where the crime actually happened? Police moment. Police moment. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock.
which is a problem. There's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently.
Then don't investigate every single thing in the pawn shop. That must be what Ward Strongheart meant by far more serious matters.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. I ain't walking on sunshine here.
Get it? Because I called him. Because he called me sunshine. And come then, let's not waste any more time. How is this, like, powder stuff down here not investigated?
If only the Joker could beat us.
My name is the Joker, and I'm here to say that we live in a society every day. Okay. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Windibank's notes. And what's this? Looks as though someone has left a little. Wait, what? The cat again? Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us! 15th February, 10:38 p.m. Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think. Yes, this must be the ticket that Ginny was trying to redeem yesterday. Overcoat that belonged to McGilda. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand. Okay, but why? There was an identical photo just like this in the overcoat. That's weird. This photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact picture somewhere else recently. Oh! Yes, you're right! Why did my chat just say, welcome to Chuck Batman's chat room? Dude, I'm Chuck Batman. I've been in the chat room. Did I get... What? Why does it say that? The same one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I thought it was a new chat message for a second, and I'm like, nope, it's just Twitch welcoming me to my own chat room. Okay. I was forgetting that he gave us that print. What are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. Alright, let the cogs turn. Jeez. I was distracted by chat. Yes, they are exactly the same. Well, if the one on the counter was used as a redemption ticket, perhaps the other photograph has something written on the back too? Hee, I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell... New chat message. You must tell us, Iris. New chat message. You must tell us, Iris, at once. Hee, do you really want to taste it? Yes. Can I examine... No, wait. Can I examine the photograph that's in the court record right now? And, look at the back of it? Look on the back of this print. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, one small box. Ah, I knew there was... Also, don't spoil yourself on this game. It's alright. Knowing her, she'll forget all of this by the time she plays it. Article deposited, one small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline. But I would also understand if you don't feel pressured to stay on the stream just to talk to me. If you want to play the game for yourself and you're worried about spoilers, feel free to leave. Feel free to leave at any moment if you feel like you're getting too much spoiled. That's what I tend to do when I'm watching games that I plan to play at some point. I'll just leave when I feel like Breath of the Wild is the absolute easiest game to watch on Twitch ever. Because as long as you just don't watch, when it gets to a story cutscene, you could watch hours of that game and not be spoiled on any of the plot. Because the plot is such a minuscule part of that game. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m. John Watts died? Wait. Stop it. Stop with the bait messages. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket for an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus. Yes, a small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Perhaps it contains some valuable memento. I can't help wondering. Jack, one of these days you're gonna send, a message in here or in Discord that's like, holy shit, X celebrity died, and it's gonna be real, and I'm gonna think that you're gaslighting. Boy who cried wolf. Presumably, Mr. McGilda never redeemed the article in question, since he still had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. Okay, yeah, just as I thought, this picture also has ticket information on the back.
Why does this dude just have like 50 copies of the same picture of a cat that he writes these things? Okay, so we're looking for a, one small box. Okay, so this was redeemed, this was deposited slightly before the murder. Interesting. It's interesting we don't have this one in our evidence. We only have that one. So Iris, about these two photographs. The one we found here on Mr. Windibake's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now.
Dude, this is a good-ass case, though. Investigating this investigation, honestly, is so much more interesting than the one in the last case. Case 4 was the closest to a filler case I feel like this game ever got. I mean, case 2 maybe, but also case 2 introduced Sholmes, so can you really call it filler?
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. That's genuine. It's very subtle. They do look like just slightly offset, like they're at like a slightly different angle.
Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see.
No, I don't.
This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope.
Oh, that thing in the corner of this room that Sholmes was. Yeah, I was gonna say, case 4 is the weak link in that it's the only case in this game that is an S tier. Like, if I were to tier list every case in Ace Attorney, which honestly, that would be a fun stream to do. Like, if I ever get around to actually finishing Ace Attorney 5 and 6, that would be a fun thing to do, is tier list. Make a tier list of every Ace Attorney case. Like, if I were to do that, every case in this game would be in, like, S tier. Would it be, like, top tier, except case 4. Case 4 would be a little lower.
Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday.
Yeah, this thing over here.
You see, there it is, just over there.
Ah, yes, of course. Bro, why did it get colder in here all of a sudden?
Well, actually,
I would love to help. See, you can make your own tier list, Jack. I'm talking about my personal tier list, my subjective tier list.
it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even.
But we could make one together if we wanted to. Since you've actually played all the games and I have not.
It's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place?
No, I have no idea. Maybe that's something we do after we, like, our group playthrough streams. After we, like, finish. We can make one together. We could make a group. We could make a group one. You know, if our group gets through the whole original trilogy, we could make a group tier list ranking of all the cases at some point. If our group can freaking get through like the first game.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
That playthrough is even more drawn out than this one is because we have to like coordinate with all the people we're streaming with. She's over the moon. Bless her. We gotta explain it. What are we even talking about? I got distracted. Oh right, we're the stereoscope. Okay. I for one simply have to know. Can we just use the stereoscope? Why do we need to read this text?
Have you ever considered, Bruno, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
You gotta play the second Edgeworth game before you play 5 and 6. Why? Does it tie in, or are you just saying because the Edgeworth games are really good? Well, I just opened them and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
See, the thing is, with the second Edgeworth game, I'd need to find that unofficial translation, which wouldn't be hard, but I would kind of want to stream it, But then the first Investigations game is only on the DS. So I don't know how I would even stream that unless I hooked up a DS emulator. So there's a lot of hurdles there. No, because it's way better. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. And I know it is. I just also know I need to play the first Investigations first. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. Is the first Investigations, Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations, on anything other than the DS? That's so awkward. One of them is on DS, one of them I can only play on an emulator. Like, the same way you stream the second. Yeah, no, you're right. No, that's a good point. I would have to set up a DS emulator for the second one, too, so. I don't know what I'm talking about here. What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Emulate, yeah, no, you have to, yeah, I would have to emulate the second one, too, so I don't know what I'm on about, but, yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. In your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges into two views into one. When you guys played Fire Emblem together, did you guys use an emulator? Because I mean, like, if I could hook up, like, you guys might know more about setting that up than me. Then again, it was aided emulation, probably. I'd assume if you guys were doing that. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. Okay, I can just skip this text. I know what a stereoscope is. This game spends a lot of time explaining 18th century explaining modern technology to the player as if it's new and exciting. Left eye view and a right eye view. Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Also, this whole stereoscope thing, it's just a 3DS gimmick that doesn't exist anymore. Because I'm not playing this on the 3DS. No stereoscope needed. You just have to play on the 3DS and then it looks perfect. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Casually inventing the 3D movie, right? You need to be able to cross your eye. Oh god, what? Do I actually need to what? Watch me. Mark your eyes. Do this. Ah, that hurts. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Can the game just like blur it for me so I don't have to do this? This is, there. How's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn. Oh, god. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it looking at the prints. Do I have to, like, actually do this? Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. Cross-eyed oh god, 3DS moment. 3DS. I just, like, tilted the 3DS screen 3 degrees too far to the left, and now it's all blurry. Oh, okay. It just did it. I was out here thinking I was actually gonna have to go cross-eyed to solve this puzzle. Did the print split into two images for you? What is happening right now? Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then to try crossing it. Okay, 3D image. 3D image. What is the point of this? I love their big dumb faces. I know, it is pretty. They form a new single image in the center. Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle! Cross-eyed Susato. Cross-eyed Susato. It looks so real! Oh, I can look at it all day! I wouldn't... Where is Sonichu? Shut up. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? I'm not crossing my eyes for this bit.
There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work.
I mean, I guess. It's like those little, like, cards, like those, like, cards you get on Valentine's Day in elementary school where it, like, looks weird and then you, like, move it around and, like, okay, cool. Isn't easy to get the knack of viewing.
No, some people find it easier than
I find it very hard to, like, cross my eyes like that.
But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that.
We saw, because whenever I, like, it's like, look at the bridge of your nose, right? But whenever I do that, I just end up looking at my nose. Like, I don't... You press this little knob here, and then... It looks like a mouth.
Hey! Hey! You turn on the 3D feature of your 3DS to make this section look better. Ah!
Still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works. Why are we spending so much time on this?
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment.
But if these little machines are so affordable and popular, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
Oh, well, it's just fun. It's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so, anyway.
Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I hope not. Is there a 3D puzzle in this game? I'm gonna, like... Let's go back to examining the... I examined that picture on the table, and the game just went ham. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
Too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me.
But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Okay, how do I investigate... Why can't I investigate this little, like, chalk print shit? Like, that's definitely a clue. Whatever. Whatever, man. Let's investigate the bloody calendar over here. Ah, look here. It's got a bullet in it, and I can see the bullet is lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. I forgot about the dumb Windibank shoots himself bit.
Ah, well, Mr. Sholmes liked to practice in his drawing room, and well, he's very...
I think I need dinner. Dinner!
It's all there in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that?
Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest?
Well, he does do it often. He doesn't do it often. Jesus.
I'm like skim reading. My eyes were not even looking at the... I like looked at the text on screen for maybe half a second, and then my eyes darted elsewhere, and I just like filled in the blanks.
Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once.
What is he doing again? Forget that for now, Bruno. It doesn't matter. It's just unnecessary information.
Let's examine this bowl. Is it blood? Suspicious red stain.
Aha! I may well be able to help with that. There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno?
Ugh, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold.
How many times are they gonna say blood? Okay.
So you need this!
Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing?
Hurley and I actually haven't come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Ah. What? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed.
There. Does it make sense now?
No. The dialogue says yes or no.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. You can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great.
So, whose blood are we looking at?
Well, the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. God damn it.
All, all of their inventions are like mega genius shit, but like so impractical every time. Herlock Sholmes' style, I guess. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it?
One flash or two, this could very well turn out to be a valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record.
Okay, the blood sample turned green, so we'll just test everyone's blood until we... Gosh dang it. Okay, hold on. This is what happens when like, the metal bar, like, attaching your headphones together is broken. So you set them down, and then the thing just, like, slides around. Amongla. It was hot in here earlier, because when I started this stream, the sunlight was, like, right at my window. So I took my shirt off, and now I have to put it back on because the AC is on and I'm cold. So that's why I got up. Sorry. What? Hey, shut up! Why do you think I don't have a webcam on? You weren't around in the, like, early 2010s era of Twitch where dudes would just stream with their face cams on shirtless. That was very common. And then Twitch got bought by Amazon and had, like, actual terms of service, and then people stopped doing that. Green blood, it just seems wrong sometimes.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't wanna. So I guess we'll find out whose blood that is later. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Okay, stethoscope, right? Stethoscope? Jesus, the stereoscope. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3D. Okay, so are we gonna be... I just want to use it to look at my pictures. I don't care about this. Okay. Can I, like, use the court record to, like, look at these, like, in the stereoscopic mode, or not? This is the ticket that Gina brought here yesterday. Record deposited. One gentleman's okay. Yeah, we know this already. I'm just checking. So there's a small box, and there's a gentleman's overcoat that were both deposited. Okay, this is the blood sample. But I don't think there's a way to, like, I don't think we have the what is looking through them through the stethoscope do? I have no idea. Stop calling it a stethoscope. Oh my god. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. What was it called again? A stethoscope? Ah, what did I just click on?
These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? Miscellany? I've never seen that word conjugated like that. I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know?
Among the...
Are you alright, Runo?
Oh, it's just... You said among...
Among us! Okay.
Just stop clicking on the shelf! Wait, what's a run-through? Shut up! The horse statue isn't on the shelf. Where are those cameras? Because, like, Sholmes said he put some cameras in here. check those?
That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Please say yes. Please say yes. I do not want another long-winded explanation. I've never seen one this large. Oh boy, time for another long-winded explanation! Oh, never mind. We're just gonna listen to it. Thank God. This game often spends entirely too much time explaining mundane items because it has to explain them for the protagonist, but then, like, I already know what they are. Like, what do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. We just turn it on and it starts going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. No, I didn't. What? I've investigated thoroughly. I was just trying to move the cursor over. Sometimes I move it over and it's just like, you're gonna click on the thing. I'm like, no, I just... Alright, let's go into the back room. I feel like I've looked at everything out here. Or most of everything. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Sometimes this game is like a TV show. Like, it has to remind me, like, it'll, like, remind me of things, which sometimes is useful, but sometimes I'm like, I didn't leave during the to-be-continued commercial break. Like, I don't need the last episode recap all the time. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. We will. Behind that door, that's the real scene. I feel like those little recap sections were probably... I don't know if they're more common in this game, or if I just didn't notice them as much when I was playing through the regular Ace Attorney games, because those I played through on 3DS, so I would, like, pick up and put them down a lot more. Like, I wasn't playing in 3-hour chunks like I do with this. Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them. Can we go in there then? Behind that door. Let me in. Wait. Hurry up. No, stop it. Among Us. Among Us. Among Us poop? Poop, crewmate? Poop, pasta? Among Us? Okay, I'm done. Alright, how do we go to the room, though? What am I doing? Do I have to move back there? Okay, there we go. Wait, as I was trying to get through that text was literally just because I saw that thing and thought it looked like Among Us, and then I'm bad. Windabank storeroom. There's no Among Us in here. Poor Iris. She just really wants to play Among Us. Iris, you... what the fuck did I just say? Brain rot! Brain rot! I was gonna say, Iris, you can go play with the Among Us toy outside. And then I jumped the gun a little and said, Iris. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windabank's life was taken in this very room only last night. It's really not a laughing matter. But when I see the outline of the body, all I can think is red sus.
Amira's... Wait, Inspector. I don't know what happened. I went like the first hour of this stream without making an Among Us reference, and then it just all collapsed. It all collapsed on me bad. What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector wouldn't... Sus! You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? That's pretty sus, isn't it? Well... I've never seen a ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. I tried telling her there's an Among Us toy outside, but, she wasn't interested. All she could say was, she keeps saying the crime scene looks a little sus. I think she's going through something. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Eh? I missed the case where vents were a major part of things. The references were much less forced. Ahem. Hey, say, you don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. Here, why don't we play Among... You like Among Us, don't you? Why don't we play Among Us in real life? Here, I'll go hide, and you can try to find me, and I'll be you be the imposter, and I'll be the crewmate. And at least you're not dead.
I don't think that went very well.
At least you didn't get ejected. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
Please don't. Yeah. We have investigating to do ourselves.
Yes, right. No more Among Us.
Oh,
So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Sure, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. As it is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene?
Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Wasn't it the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in. As humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor.
Prostrate.
Thus-wise. I feel like this is why most of the time I stream for like 2 hours and I don't keep going, because especially with a game like this that is all like reading text, it gets very hard to focus on anything at 3 hours into the stream. I'm having a lot of trouble right now. I may need to go get some snackies if I'm gonna... how much longer is this investigation, do you think? And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Jenny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, is curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her. But she was unconscious! Who knocked her unconscious if she shot? I'm curious what their version of this crime is.
No!
Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. It should be near the end. Good. Good. In a pocket, we found the key to the door as well. I did not... It's not that I don't love this game, it's just a maybe, probably. Unless I get distracted by an Among Us joke for another 10 minutes. What? Key to the storeroom?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector.
Correct? All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is.
Schultz is on operation.
Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please.
I need more water. Hold on.
I did it again. I'm so sorry. Every time I can't put the headphones down without either dropping them on the ground or hitting the mic directly on the glasses. What is wrong with this? I'll try that.
Alright, I got water. I couldn't find my snacks, but it's
You don't mean to say that Mr. Schultz is...
No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well,
Out with it!
oh, she's about to go Susato takedown mode. Yes, ma'am! Dude, the women in this game are girl boss. Scary girl bosses, all of them. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the lightest thing. And it's the whole body insensitive. The whole body. Anesthetized? Anestheticized? Is that even possible? Shut up. Who are you calling a femboy right now? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for...
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake. ADD brain moment. It takes forever to fall asleep, but then like once you're out, you're out. Herlock Sholmes is definitely that kind of guy.
Oh my.
No one knows if the anesthetic's still in existence or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until it comes out again. I love how they're like, okay, we can't have Herlock with you. We can't have Herlock with the protagonist 24/7, so we're just gonna like have him get shot and then be in an operation, or he's just gonna like not be in this case. Like they'll find reasons. They'll find logical, not contrived reasons to narrow the group investigating down to like 2 or 3 people. Whereas in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice, they kind of just write some people out for no reason. They're just like, oh, these people are doing this case, so... And then the other characters are busy, whatever that means.
Hurley?
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Neurodivergent moment. Time to examine Bunty. This is a revolver. A real one.
And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh.
And I've had issues with guns in the past. Remember when James from Pokemon said that... I know I don't remember that, because my Pokemon content consumption is like 0. This is why. I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? I shall have to take my own life! Must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand.
Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. I swear, if Windibank shot himself, if they're like... they better not go that far with this dumb bit. All the articles in this store. It's the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked.
Ah!
What is it? Oh, the manuscript. They're not just after the secrets of the overcoat. They're after the secrets of the manuscript. Iris's unpublished story. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry. Oh yeah, that joke sucks. It does. It's not quite as bad as, like, Joan Garadib, but it's just like... Okay. Alright. Character suicidal. Haha. Like, okay.
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you.
It places that character in, like, the lower tier of great. He's not Joan Garadib bad, but he's, like... I mean, where was he on your, like, Ace Attorney character tier list? Because I remember you made one. Jack. Well, you loved Joan. Shut up. Just because you goaded me into saying that she has childbearing hips does not mean I loved Joan. It's not my child.
We must check inside the box at once. Yes.
So weird staying up. Whenever Iris's character model is shown in full in an environment, Kirk, you missed the whole last case. You didn't watch any of the fourth case that I was streaming. You missed the worst case in the game. You missed the menace that is Joan Garadib. If for some reason you want to go back and watch the VODs, they're on YouTube, but oh boy, it was a time. Ah! Damn! Some of the things Joan Garadib does will make you say "Zam!" and not in a good way.
It was there. Iris's story was there.
Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yeah? I mean, of course, I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? 'Cause that's not a very well-hidden frown. She's not frowning. Okay, now she is. Iris's manuscript. Oh, okay, so it hasn't been stolen. Then why was the chest broken into? Huh. The mystery grows ever deeper. Titled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Can we read it? But there was something I could click on. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it. Okay. Interesting. Can I read it? No, I think that's about all we're gonna get out of that for now. But it is the title of this case, so I assume it'll be important. Alright, let's investigate this, like, body thing. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line.
Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once to die. Most likely the fellow died instantly. The filthy thing. This must be his blood, then.
Ah! Blood! Gun time! Gun time! What color crewmate was this man's blood? What color? What? Which crewmate was it? He was blue! Blue's clear. So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway.
Alright, blood samples portfolio. That makes me feel like there's gonna be a lot more blood. Blue, not sus, actually. Blue was killed by the imposter. I already clicked this, didn't I? Iris.
Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That was just filler text. Goodbye.
Can't believe how many things there are in here. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shop. Oh, what I can do about that, sunshine? Oh. I think last time this guy was on screen, I was like eating pretzels to simulate his chewing. I don't know where my pretzels went. I'm kind of hungry. He needs to munch. Let the man munch. Hold on, what am I doing? Is this anything? No. Got him. Alright. Get it. Everything in here. Doesn't seem like there's anything left for me to check. Okay, let's go back. So if there's anything I've gathered I can present. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Ah, I'm most fascinating, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in there this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. Ah! You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. Damn! Sam! You looking to be arrested, sunshine? I like the way this like automatically appeared back on screen when I was done presenting, but that was a nice flashy visual. Inspector Gregg, can you give me your opinion on this? Okay, this is a filler dialogue. I don't care about the piece of evidence you just presented. Yeah, he's drinking. I think I'm done in here. Unless there's more. No, I think we're done. Okay, where are those cameras that were in here? Yeah, why are they not? So I want to look at what like photos those took, but they're not. They're like up here somewhere. I don't know where also, what is this? Why is this not? That's just part of the room. Usually when I'm done investigating an area, there's very clear dialogue suggesting that. But there's nothing exactly indicating that I'm done here. I just don't have any new evidence to check. I think we might just be done here. It'll say if you were in the teleport section. Oh yeah, right. They say things sometimes when I'm moving. This is like text down here. If If you let your concentration slip, you might miss what people say. I already checked all the bloodstains. Dang, hold on. Poor Mr. Windabane. This feels different than normal. It's not telling me I have to leave. Is there another blood stain? I didn't... Yeah, I don't think there's any blood here. Let's go to some other locations and try it. But I do think I need to find some more blood. Like, I think that would be helpful. Maybe the hospital? Maybe we can we check Hurley's blood? Okay, no, not here, because it didn't give me a location prompt, so I don't think, unless there's blood here somewhere. No, this is just a room. Okay. I can analyze blood and get the colors, but I've already checked all the blood stains in the environments, or at least in the crime scene. I mean, there might be some of the in other places that I haven't looked at, but I don't know why. On Baker Street, maybe? This dialogue has already been read. When Hurley comes home, let's have a big party. We're still at Scotland Yard here, said Whitney. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset. It's the criminals who are to blame for all of this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. I like the name, color thing, location, that's cool, I like that. The disc. Where's the disc? Where's the disc? Did we leave it in Sholmes' suite? I don't know where that disc is. It's not in our evidence. And there's no blood on our badge, is there? No. But it's got me checking all of our evidence for like, oh, blood! There's some blood. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling. No, because Sholmes, oh, well, no, Sholmes made a copy of the disc that Gregson had, and the copy doesn't have the blood on it. So, actually, you're right. Gregsy has the blood. I was thinking of Sholmes' copy, but this paper has a blood stain on it that I didn't notice. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. Show this to her. Oh, do I? Oh, now it's in the evidence. It's been updated, so it's not just a picture. So do I need to move to I need to move to somewhere where she's actually gonna talk to me, and then I can present it to her. Yeah.
Oh, that looks like blood. Time to bring out my gun.
I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Runo. Oh, you can leave the rest to me.
This one is pink. It's not the same as Windabank. So I feel like the green is probably Sholmes, because the bullet placement matches like where he was standing when he got shot, which means this pink is probably somebody else. That's a color we've seen before. No, it's not. Wait, what? It's in red. Oh my god. Yes, that's a color we've seen before. We haven't seen before. Jesus. My brain skipped over the word haven't like 3 times. Though it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to. Well, this particular song. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? Hold on. Who did we get this from? Was this the one we got from redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windabank? But it's not Windabank's blood. Okay, wait, so this is the one Gina gave us, so it's probably Gina's blood? Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right, I think it's clear. No, it's pink. Iris, you know as well? You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to? Blood of Gina Lestrade. Oh my, you think this is Gina's blood? Yes, it was Gina who brought the ticket here to Windabanks, after all. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. But Gina doesn't own any gloves. Oh. Maybe not Gina then? Ginny wasn't injured either, was she? I don't know, I mean, it was just a guess. I mean, they entertained my guess, but yeah, I don't know if that's actually the correct answer. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. Okay. Who knows bleeding? Why? Gina Lestrade. Magnus McGill. Okay, wait. This is the one. Can I see it? Hold on. Is this the box or the gentleman's overcoat? Thrice fired Mason, perhaps? If this is, I mean, he was the one. Oh, right, and the gloves. It was Magnus. Magnus had thrice fired Mason's blood. So this is actually. This is some decisive evidence for a certain case that we already did. Thrice fired Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. I mean, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name, but he was definitely thrice fired. He was also definitely bleeding. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice Fired Mason. But that would mean that this blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windabanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the blood stain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. I like how Windabank doesn't ask questions about a blood-stained note. Why did you type Susato? Did I do it again? Did I say her name again like a Pokemon? Susato! Something else is coming back to me. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, he's got gloves. He touches the glove. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from the stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? Reached out to Mr. Manahan. So this is proof that, that McGilded brought the overcoat here. Interesting. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. The quirky slip-ups. I love that the game just described it as quirky. Corked up whiteboard. Goated with the thought. Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Very well. Let's make a note of this. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. The blood analysis data has been updated in the court record. Fired mace and his blood is purple. Dude, the colored blood thing is really cool. I like that they gave us a way to examine whose blood it is, even though this is like way before that technology was invented. So we've got Windibank's blue, Thrice Fired Mason's purple, and then green is still unknown. Are we ready to move to another location now? I feel like they haven't really directed us to a new location yet, so I'm kind of like... Maybe I should present these blood samples to Gregson, now that I have decided evidence about them. I'm so tired of drinking tea, please stop presenting me things. Why can I go here still? I mean, there's nothing here, but it's just fun to get here. I'm just gonna quickly flip through the locations and see if any of them deliver us new text boxes.
A visit to the prison. Gina is not here.
I believe she must be in questioning at the moment.
Oh, but wait a minute.
What is it, Iris?
Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking at the gate.
Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse.
Calm down, Bruno. I was only joking, of course.
Oh. Ugh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction.
Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You are awfully persuasive.
Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms.
Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed.
I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, anyway, looks like I won't be... Okay, so we're not here to talk to Gina. Great. Alright, out of here then. And those are the home base, so... Is there still some clues left? Shit, I really don't know. Maybe I should present the manuscript to Iris. It's weird because Iris is simultaneously traveling around with us, but also, like, somebody that I need to present evidence to sometimes.
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windibank's, and he had.
But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yeah, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. No, that could be the reason. He's just a silly little goofball. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
I know! I am! If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists.
And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Okay, what will progress the story? This game is usually pretty straightforward, so I think this is the first time where I've straight up just been like wandering around locations, examining random things because nothing is progressing. Why did my chat just like reset? Why does it keep doing that? Oh, because my phone went into low battery mode, and that like for some reason that like resets a lot of my apps. Can we like put the gun in our like inventory? I want to like examine the gun. So this smear is blood.
Yes. And it does look as though it's a thumbprint from a hand and a leather glove.
Fingerless leather gloves. Finger. Wait, Sholmes wears fingerless gloves? Okay, what am I supposed to be doing? Okay, I've examined everything in these rooms. What do I need to present to, like, make things move forward? Check the manuscript again? I keep confusing examine with check the evidence. Oh, there is new text here. The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is not new text. Okay, then why does it not have a check mark? Yeah, I mean, I checked it, but yeah, I don't think there's anything else in the manuscript. I feel like I need to present something to somebody to, like, further the conversation, but I have no idea. I have no idea what needs to be presented to, like, further any of these conversations. And every time I present something to him he doesn't care about, I gotta fast forward through him drinking tea. Oh, wait, this is actually... Spectre, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here? Why does he care about this redemption ticket but not the other redemption? A redemption ticket for... Oh, the box! We were supposed to be looking for the box. I bet he can tell us where it is. Duh. I was just like, oh, I'll find it as I'm investigating, and then I immediately put it in the back of my mind. Looks like someone ran out of Ultra Stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket from the gift. Wait, this is the one for the overcoat. No, I want the box. Okay, no, it is the one for the box. You just can't read. Sir, read the thing.
Bruno's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Oh, of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then? If I might be so bold as to ask.
This is a second ticket.
second one. It seems that Mr. McGill did in fact had another article in storage here at Winterbanks. Is that wrong? I think we need to discuss this. Yeah, right. This is the piece of evidence they hinted at us, like, basically when we first got here, and I just kind of forgot about it. I forgot that there was a box, because when they told me about it, I just assumed I would find it naturally, but if I have to talk to him, it makes sense that he would know where it is, since his cops are going through every item in the store. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGill, so... Eh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music. I should have insisted on the lad taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Windermere. Yes, I can see it written here. Small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Greg? See, any idea at all? It's another article belonging to McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes. I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will, I'll go barking. Hoof, hoof. Shouldn't do that too loud. This is no time for dog impressions. This is no time for dog impressions, Trip. That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's clearly passed, ain't it? Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here, then? That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded. Information's not written on the ledger. Okay, but there had to have been some way for the pawnbroker to know. Can we figure out what that way is? Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course! Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is King Hall. I love his, like, hat off, bob back and forth. Like, that's so funny. Dong, ding dong, bing bong, ding dong, bing bong. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Winderbank set such a wicked trap? Jesus. I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh. We spent so long wandering around forgetting about the book that her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Why do these people never want me to defend them until, like, after I've brought all the clues to them? Like, come on. Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Why did I say that? The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. Okay, let's try to find this box. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited are offered for sale. That's right! They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many! I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelves. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes! It could be any one of them! Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbroker's is the safest place to store anything. More secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Hi-ya! What? Why am I getting Susato takedown? That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I haven't been Susato takedown since, like, case 2. She really didn't like that.
So, we may have to rely on someone else to find the box. I'm gonna go talk to... Now that the game has directly directed me towards Gina, I'm gonna go talk to Gina. We can come look for the box later. You've been on good behavior for a while. It's because I had to focus in to find clues. I wasn't just going through text and saying Among Us when I got tired of reading it. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Ah. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? The plating. Okay, never mind. Sorry, got distracted again. Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. That I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. All right then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fit us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real criminal is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence. Yeah, we're psycho walking up. Why did she break in? She wasn't looking for the manuscript. Wait. Actually, she could have been, because she was talking to... Hold on. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh! Right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no... Oh, yeah, she opened the chest. Yeah, that one. Okay. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript was open. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? You broke open the box containing this manuscript. God dang, I have a shirt on, and the AC is still making me really cold. I want to turn it off, but I don't want to get up again. We're like almost done with this segment. You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom that night. Last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened? Why did I go into the accent, please? Iris's manuscript. Alright, yeah. It's Baskerville's story. The latest Sean's adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? I don't think that's the real reason you did that. Oh yes, at least £5,000. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. How could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. What I wanted to do was find out if the mental script, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. Yeah, she just wanted to see if it was real. Iris has
sake. Isn't that right? Ah,
We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gene.
of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well,
When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. 3 hours ago in this stream.
grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbake's. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes.
Okay, we solved this already, like 3 hours. 2 hours.
Oh, gee, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
I probably was more like 3 hours ago. That seems actually. We've been going for a while. Reason for breaking.
It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth. That's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Wintergates. Hey, it's like I told ya the night before. I never had a father. But Iris is not. Ain't like mine. She's got a dad. Only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories. About Daddy?
You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner.
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a last, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, alright? That's how I work, because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa.
I like doing her voice, it's fun. It reminds me of playing through Xenoblade 2. Because it's the same voice. I'm literally mimicking that voice. Because, like, I don't know what her voice, because she hasn't been voice acted yet. But, like, I know what it would sound like based on what I'm reading. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's on Mr. Blood? Some very sus. Red sus! Among Us!
What? What you talking about Among Us for?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, they're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood.
What? But blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot last night?
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Itis. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Purple. Shit. It's thrice-fired masons.
Oh my.
What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. This coat is literally this was thrice-fired mason's coat.
The blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it.
What? What's he all on about? The victim? What do you mean?
You're wearing a dead man's coat, and not the dead man you think.
It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Murray, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story! Oh, now we're conversing with her? Okay. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago... Wait, what was it? In the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat, it's clear. Clearly, these stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over. Oh, no, it is McGilded's coat. The blood just got all over him. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. No second omnibus. I was way overcomplicating things. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded.
You just got McGilded, laddie!
Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Become McGilded. You just got McGilded. You just got McGilded. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? I mean, I believed it first, and then at some point I stopped believing, you know? Or like I started doubting. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryanosuke, I don't remember how close I get. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you unwaveringly. Bum bum dum da da da. What's funny, Gina? Cool. Sounds like in this empire of Japan you came from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's got you into believing in that bog trotter. Yes. I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. But I mean, he walked free for like 5 minutes and then got killed. But at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Flip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants all no. I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer or lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me doing that trial 2 months ago. ago, I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a warrior's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Why would I pick I can't trust her? Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? She's admitted to everything but committing this crime. Like, I believe that you're telling me the truth. I love when the title theme comes in. Bum dum bum dum bum dum bum dum bum dum. Title theme pog. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't you forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Rule 8 of the Salvage's Code. Never trust a driver. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What? What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Law. I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Dun, 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 dun. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Dun, 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 dun. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once! Okay, I guess we're not done with the investigation. I was literally preparing myself physically for the to be continued screen to show up, and the alright, time for the final trial of the game stream end moment. But there's somebody here. Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody wasn't there before. Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I thought it was gonna be Sholmes. He's like, I've been playing a game of shadows. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Grexy? Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were cruising to leave, even though it was after hours. I'll assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Isn't that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. God, do we have to? I'm terribly sorry, but Tom's pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpest, Lord Stronghold will, well... Emergency? Lord Strong? Nothing! Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Okay, there's been shit going on with Lord Strongheart behind the scenes this whole time. I want to know what that's about. I want to know now.
Can we, like, trap him here? Make him tell us what we need.
Gregsy's so funny. He says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Oh, that's right. She has to leave. Damn it. This is looking to be the longest Great Ace Attorney stream I've ever done if this investigation doesn't end soon.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
And it's definitely not ending, like, yet. Because we still have to do a Susato farewell scene. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing. No best girl! No best girl! Proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, manager. 16th April. This isn't the longest stream I've ever done. When I streamed the Game Awards, that was actually like over 5 hours. That's actually the longest stream I've ever done, and it was like my first one back too. But that was easier because I had other people on call with me. So talking when it's just me, I gotta talk straight. You have to drink water. That's why I've been getting up to take water breaks, because you just have to. Like, there's so much talking you have to do if you stream for like 4 hours, and you need liquids.
Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted.
Naruhodo lost his best friend twice. Damn. She'll be back. She'll be back in the next game, I think. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. This is a crazy stream, boys! All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon.
Thank you for your kind words.
It's gonna be weird doing the last trial of this game without Susato. It really is.
I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them.
I know exactly what you mean. That's how it feels to say goodbye.
Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow.
One final task. Among Us!
You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? Huge bundle of documents.
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago.
The murder that was committed in the... Okay, that's going to be very useful in the courtroom. Because this is so connected to that first murder.
It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
Based. God, Susato-san is the best frickin' assistant ever. Best girl.
I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering, but sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Sorry?
I didn't quite catch what you said. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
The gilded casement. I feel like there's a secret she's keeping from us that there's still that secret she's keeping from us. I don't know what. Going back to Japan.
It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. but we've managed to establish this office. I was finally feeling as though we were setting in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret.
I'm so sorry, Susato-san. So you didn't catch it? I caught that she said she was a complete failure. I don't know. Okay, now that you've said that, I've got to dig through the logs.
That's so extremely flattering, but I'm sorry to say it, but I don't really feel like
One final Among Us task. It wasn't in this scene. Oh, okay.
it's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I mean, I caught the oddness of her, knowing the Hound of Baskervilles, but she said sussy stuff this whole stream.
I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts.
I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the court, I feel I've learned something.
And what would that be?
It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities.
Facets?
And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see, nice typo, a small number of the total facts, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story.
What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like?
Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live.
That's so true. Wow, so deep.
Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear, that all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together.
Naruhodo-san.
I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark.
It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much.
Sorry? What?
Oh no. It was nothing. Unimportant.
Okay. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning?
Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not.
Sorry?
I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial.
Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. It's 11:07 p.m.
See, if I had started this stream as at 8, like I originally told you I was going to, Jack, I would have been done at like midnight. So I'm glad I started earlier. Thank you for coming by and enjoying this whole stream. It's not quite over yet, but
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
wait. There's something I need to say. Hiya!
One last Susato takedown for the road. A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Ooh.
When I'm tired of having a conversation, I'll just freaking karate chop you.
Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears.
Could have done the Wordle on stream. I could have done the Wordle on stream again. What stream was it that I did that on stream last time? Was it the last was it the last It wasn't yesterday, but like, was it like case 3? There was some stream where I just did the Wordle at the end for no reason. Susato. I think it was like the most recent one I uploaded, like the end of case 3. It truly had been a trying day. On our that or it was one of those chaotic Ace Attorney. You never stream. I stream. Okay, I'll admit I've been slacking this month because I mean, when am I supposed to? We literally hang out like every day. Uh, and then I went on a trip for like a week, so on our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis in the case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and there's a cacophony of scenes of our life. I do think like my stream viewer count has like dropped some because I went like 3 weeks without streaming at the beginning of this month. Well, I hang out with my friends too much. Nerd emoji behavior. No, I would rather be hanging out with my friends every day than streaming every day. Why do you think I haven't streamed this month lately? Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Also, we haven't been able to schedule Ace Attorney group stream in like a month, so that adds to it. Somehow, even though it's summer, even though everybody's on summer break, 17th of April, the small hours. Small? Oh God, what is this teaser scene? St. Sinner's Hospital. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Is this Sholmes? Yeah. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure. It has been an honor. Oh, it's somebody else talking to you. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. Susato-san. Oh, okay. It's been a pleasure to know you, Mr. Sholmes. She had to go say goodbye to him. That makes sense. It has been a pleasure to know you, my dear madam. Aw, it is sad. It's gonna be weird doing the final trial without Susato here. I mean, thankfully I have the second game, which, she will undoubtedly appear in. But imagine, like, playing this first game when it just came out. The Pokemon is gone. God damn it. Susato! Alright. And with that, I think we're gonna close the game and stream. And next time, we will do no Susato. But if you close your eyes, ayo, 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 ayo. I forgot I made that the stream title until I closed the game and looked at OBS. Does it almost feel like nothing changed at all? And if you close your eyes. Me when Susato is leaving. Ayo, 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 ayo. So yeah, next stream we'll enter the final trial of Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I don't know, whatever the first game's called. Or the final trial of the first game. I'm very excited. That may be tomorrow, but tomorrow might also be Yakuza 0. I'm not sure. I need to find my PS. Yeah, I need to find my. I would need to find my PS4 controller charger cord first because I still have not unpacked. This still have so much packed up. I haven't unpacked like anything other than my computer setup. So we'll see. We'll see. If I haven't like if I'm not set up for Yakuza tomorrow, I probably will just start the trial. Uh, Assuming I stream tomorrow, which I probably will since we don't have any plans. I mean, Jack, you said you were busy. Ayo, ayo, so maybe I should stream Yakuza. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure it out tomorrow, but I'll probably be back tomorrow with another stream. It's very likely I will be, but this has been This has been a very good stream. This case is really good. This case is putting on the feels, man. I'm glad we're back to the quality after a slight quality dip in case 4. We're back. We're back on the grind set. Arrivederci. No, I hit start recording instead. Well, now I just have a 2-second recording on my computer. Arrivederci.